Alright, what is up, homies? Today we are going to be working on some D&D prep. Oh, I should probably post the stream link in my gaming Discord server. Doesn't that sound like a boomer thing to do? Okay, so I am here today on this lovely Saturday afternoon. It's actually a bit gloomy where I live, but I'm going to call it lovely anyway because I'm still breathing. That's a lovely thing. We are going to be doing some work on some encounter planning and some D&D prep in general. This is the destination for our players that they have in mind. They want to get to the Sazarin Square. They specifically want to get to the dead center, where apparently one of the player characters has some ties to the area, and is promising that there's a safe house area that they can go to, and that sort of thing. What I think most of the party does not actually know, is not familiar with. In fact, it might only be that character that is familiar with it. If they don't bring the party back, there's a death sentence on the party. Like, that's basically what has been discussed, or what was told to that particular party member, is that, hey, the rogue of the group, hey, rogue, would-be assassin, if you don't bring these people back, you gotta kill them. That was basically what he said. So the handler was pretty clear about that. I want to tie up loose ends. Now, it could be that the assistance that has been given by the party members ends up... there's so many things that could be. That's very interesting, in my opinion, to think about, like, oh, well, I really like these guys. I want to keep them alive, so I got to bring them back. But is it just a trap? It remains to be seen. So definitely one of those things where it's helpful to have this little map here. We actually configure it so that we show... It's just called Sazarin. Oh, Sazarin. There you go. Go ahead and pop that. Probably... I don't really organize things too well in this section. In Roll20, they actually had folders, which I thought was better than this little thing. Usually I just end up, after a certain point, I start excluding things. Like this one. Just get rid of that. I only show myself the things for players. I think maybe I could make it so that this one you could go to if you wanted to look at the world map, because this is just the continent map, basically. So anyway, if players wanted to look at that, they could, but I thought I had made that into a journal entry. It doesn't look like I did. So I guess it's probably better to put it as a journal entry, though. So maps, say Cindasaur map. That's fine. And we are going to do an image here. I forget how to do that. I'm using some add-on that I never really properly learned, which is always a good idea, right? Right, guys? Okay. Now we edit this, and we put in an image, and we say... I think we have to go all the way back to the root and say World Cindasaur. Insert. There you go. So I guess we should say, apparently... Yeah, that's right. So this is like a journal section, and I guess it's just maps, right? And so we'd have an entry for a Cindasaur map, and then we can add a new entry, create entry, and we call it Dalamask, right? Oh, never mind. I'm browsing all of the... Apparently I'm browsing everything. Okay. That's probably the add-on then. So this is a Cindasaur, right? And this is Dalamask, and we'll call it edit the entry and go to image. So I'll quickly slap these together and then make it so that all the players have access to them so that we don't have to worry about the players ever being lost in that respect. And we can make a new entry here. Oh, that's a folder. Create entry. I see, I can create an entry in this area. That's probably better. So this will be Sazarin. Now, they won't have access to this one because they haven't been here yet, but this is where they are trying to go. Our sessions tend to move a little slow. So that's something that I probably, let's see, observer. I don't want to say owner because I think owner can delete it, but we can make a Cindersor a public one, and we can do the same to the Dalamas district, and this one will, all players none. I don't actually know what happens here. Show each user to assign a different level of visibility. But I think this is like a... Yeah, okay. So by default, it says show to players, right? And this one, like, we could do that. And it looks like... if we did this... I see, okay. Yeah, so probably they can't see this yet. That's my hope, anyway. Okay, so we can close that down now. See, something productive came from me looking at this and saying, why? Why is it like that? Okay, so with that being said, I do think that overall, they're probably not going to come back to this anytime soon, so I can also untick the show navigation there. There's a couple of things that I need to prep for the forthcoming session. So right now, our players are about to talk to this dwarf. So I think like the first thing to do is to quickly come up with some backstory for this dwarf. Back in at another point. Oh, I can move that to my other desktop here. I'm sure eventually the key for this will work. There you go. I guess maybe I had clicked on something that prevented it. The Windows key and the Tab key. You hit those two together and you can send stuff to different places. Pretty useful. All my game dev stuff is on another section of my virtual desktop there. At another point, there was an area here where I had left myself a bunch of notes. Oh, I see. I just put them in a... Kind of interesting. Oh, I remember why I moved them over here. Okay. So... I had basically come up with a whole host of names for dwarves because the players went to a dwarven tavern and I wanted to be able to pick names out for the NPCs and stuff. So right now they're hanging out with a guy named Ludman. He's a classic character. Bit of a... You know, you hear about like Jack of all trades, master of none. Well, imagine without the all trades part. He's just a jackass and a master of none. That's him. But he has somehow managed to avoid death. There is a funny subtext that the players, and through their actions, have endangered the party way more than this guy. Even though this guy is the guy that probably should have actually been taken care of there. he probably should have been the one. All right, so basically the dynamic here between this encounter is they're going to have to get through this guy. So we are going to give him a name. We're going to say he is... I'm going to give him the name Tomat. It's kind of like a funky Thomas or something, right? So he is Tomat in Kernia. in the setting, we have Ronsa, and then further down we have Kernia. And basically, it's been revealed that Gelter, who is a dwarven spirit that has been pushed into one of the characters' bodies, that guy is from Ronsa, and everybody else is from Kernia, and there's like some regional rivalry between them. Anyway, that's a little side, like, sub quest, if you will. So anyway, Tomat is from Kernia, so we have that going on for us. Dwarven. I didn't annotate that, so now I will remember. I can search for that later. Okay, so we know Tomat is, he's kind of like an ornery bastard. He's been here for a hot minute, all by his lonesome. And the spirits that he's meant to be the shepherd of, let's just say they haven't necessarily been compliant. And so the party has gone to great lengths over the course of 3 sessions to essentially clear this area of intruders, interlopers, like subdue them or get rid of them or whatever. And honestly, they came very close to getting into some hot water, but they've done exactly, they've accidentally done exactly what they needed to. Some of it was deliberate, but a lot of it was accidental. They had to fight a Bulette over here. That was a big fight. And the Bulette wouldn't have existed if if one of the players hadn't attempted to do something that he was told only dwarves could do properly. And yeah, it was definitely a big old mess, big old mess. But nonetheless, they managed to survive. Some of them were brought quite low, and so they did end up doing a short rest. So most of them have spent all of their hit dice. Some of them are a little bit more like good to go, and so that's going to have to factor into their planning should they get into any other scuffles before they can manage to reach safe harbor over in the Sazarin district that we were just looking at here. So this map, by the way, it's not exactly finished. I do like the idea of adding a little bit more to it and doing a bit more city planning as well. But this is one big district inside the capital of the area here, like the biggest of the cities in Alliance. And Dalamask is where they came from. It's kind of like a mining area, as you can see here. It's got elves off to the sides. It's got, you know, it's much less grand in terms of how well kept everything is, right? So Sazarin is a big contrast to that. There was also talk of another district that is kind of in between geographically, the Dalamask district and the Sazarin district. And so that one is probably a place that they are going to investigate later, because they were told that one of the party members is a gnoll, and gnolls are typically pretty rare. And apparently there's a lot of gnolls, or a band of gnolls or something, that are being kept as like... It was pretty vague, but the party is aware that they're being kept as perhaps entertainment in a circus type deal in that in-between district. And so they were given very vague information, but they know that that's like roughly where they have to explore. So anyway, once there's a bit more downtime, once they kind of relax a little bit, breathe, get through their current arc, so to speak, that's probably where they will end up going. Or at least that's one possibility. So let's flesh out a little bit more about exactly like the ways in which the party could go from here. So there are 3 little pipes here. These pipes are going to allow our party to move through the area a lot more swiftly. I didn't intend for this comparison when I initially made this area, but if you guys remember, if anybody read the Dune books and got all the way to like the 6th book, which I view as the final book, but anyway, there's a point where they're using these tubes for transport and how it's like much faster than walking and stuff. And that's their form of future travel between buildings and between like large, like instead of elevators, they've got tubes, right? And so that's kind of similar. It's obviously like magically aided and abetted. And it also kind of further implies that the dwarves have been here for a good long while if they're able to establish these networks of travel. Just the fact that they have this whole area underneath a tavern like, why is there an under tavern here? That's not something the party has stopped to think about. But it is like kind of an open question for them to try to explore if they want to. You know, that there's like this literal under tavern, under city, being dug out by the dwarves, and that they're using bullets for part of that. That was one of the ideas, is that the bullets were the diggers of this area. And so, anyway, that was something that Ludman told the party earlier. So Tomat is going to be an ornery, stubborn, sort of guardian of the spirits, shepherd of the spirits, who has apparently, in some cases, like given up on the on actually shepherding them, at least in part, because the spirits were definitely wandering and being acting in strange manners, right? So the party's gonna talk with this guy. They're probably gonna get some answers about the dynamics of the cavern, since this is almost like the sepulcher of the dwarves. A lot of them were recent, like some of them were some of the spirits were recently turned into spirits, but a lot of them are spirits that have journeyed with their remains when they were brought from Kernia, because there was like a big exodus from the south. And so these dwarves are essentially finding a new home for them. And there's also like a broader issue with the setting right now where the spirits are unable to travel to a spiritual domain because the Scribe of the Dead is like split in twain. So anyway, that's like super big lore dump stuff that the players don't actually, or the party members don't actually know. The players know some of that from a different campaign that we played in the same setting, but this party has not experienced any of that. They have a different piece to the puzzle of what's going on, in the form of like this really bizarre and grotesque magic that's like a merger of necromancy and hemomancy. Anyway, we'll get into that stuff later maybe, but the bottom line is these players are going to come in here and they're going to ask questions about the spirits, and Tomat won't know all of the answers, but he will know that like clearly at some point the spirits became restless. He's been shepherding them while they wait to figure out why they won't go to where they need to go. And the restlessness definitely spiked in the last month, and especially in the last moments. And that's because the party is running away from other intruders. The party is kind of a set of intruders, but they've been sanctioned to some degree. And so they also end up helping the spirits, so the spirits are not harmful to them. Not oppositing. They are not oppositors, I should say. So as a result, the way that we're seeing the party kind of congeal is not necessarily spiritual saviors, but they're not antagonists to the spirits. And so they end up allowing them through and doing all that stuff. That's the stuff that preceded these sessions. Tomat won't know exactly what's going on with the spirits, but he will know that something is really weird and definitely needs to be addressed. So these three tubes that we compared to like the Dune tubes, we have one of them goes to the Sazarin district or someplace nearby that'll be close enough. I haven't decided exactly where it'll spit them out, but that's going to be another encounter map I'm going to have to build. Then another one will go towards directly up to the Dalamask district. And so that one is going to be like less likely to be used by the players because that's where they have been and they need to get to Sazarin, right? And I'm not sure actually which one is going to correspond to which. I think this one, since it's like not, it's kind of shrouded in shadow, this is going to be the final one. This one and this one, these two right here, we're going to have these two be corresponding to either Dalamask or Sazarin, and it'll probably be this one is Sazarin, this one's Dalamask. The reason for that is kind of just because I want this one to be like hand waved away. He's not going to mention where that one goes. He's just going to say, oh, you probably don't want that. You're not dressed for that weather. And he'll leave it at that. And, you know, maybe if there's like an insight check, you'll see that he's like actively trying to, like he's got some information on where that goes. He doesn't want to divulge that information. He feels protective about it. His goal is to not give you that information, actually, you know, that kind of thing. And so he's trying to make it seem unappealing. Whether or not he's telling the truth about why it would be unappealing, like he's just not telling you the whole truth, that kind of thing. So anyway, this one will actually lead to this area eventually, It takes a long time for the travel for this one, but it will eventually lead you up here. I'm not going to build an encounter map for that because I think the dwarves will basically just stop you if you try to go that way. And the players are not dwarves, so I am kind of railroading by saying you can't go that direction because A, I haven't prepped for it, and B, the dwarves don't want you to. Biggest reason, probably the dwarves don't want you to. It's something that's like, if you get there, then you're theoretically going to be able to compromise the entire dwarven operation in this area. And so they definitely are not, they do not want to be found out. They don't want the depths of their journey here to be revealed to anybody. They don't want the breadth of their operation to be revealed to anybody. So that's definitely not what they're going to do. They're going to try to hand wave away any questions of like, how do you guys have this kind of travel established or whatever? And you know, they'll just kind of count on the fact that like most of the party, if not none of the party really, is going to be particularly aware of dwarven culture or whatever, and they're just gonna be like, well, that's what we do, we invent things or whatever, you know, and they're just gonna leave it at that, you know, the architectural stuff. That's us. Gnomes known for gadgets, dwarves known for architecture. This is kind of some in between, but you know, I guess it kind of makes sense. Sure, why not? And that's what they're gonna hope to get a reaction from the party about. Okay, so also there's no way to immediately look at this area and think, oh yeah, Tiamat has like a source of sustenance or anything. That's another layer that I'm interested in, whether the party actually pays too much attention to. Like, will they look around and see an absence of foodstuffs, of even like wine barrels or whatever? That kind of thing. And so, like, this dwarf apparently doesn't need sustenance, which is like an extra layer of, interesting. And we'll see if the players pick up on that or not. So, most of the time when I do these, like, observational things, the players are very busy, caught up in their own personal quests and goals and looking for their own things, right? So that's kind of an interesting aspect of, like, they're always busy dealing with themselves. We'll see what they end up doing related to this. So Tiamat will definitely give them some information. He will direct them towards one of these two illuminated tubes. Cast doubts on any significance to that last one, and say, yeah, well, you can go back into Dalamask, or you can go straight over to Sazarin, or near it anyway. And so maybe this will end up taking them to one of the outskirts over here, because like, so if we look to the world map here. So Dalamask is kind of like in the upper right, and Sazarin is over here in the upper left. And so in the dead upper middle, right, like 12 o'clock on a clock would be the in-between district. And then you'd have at least 3 more districts down at the bottom. We might end up seeing like 8 districts or 9 districts or something. If it's like a grid that's 3x3, something like that. It doesn't have to be a symmetrical shape necessarily. But you can see here there's like some, you know, like there's clearly space that's more on the neutral side for Dalamask. This like is a dividing line between different areas. This one dividing lines between like almost not unbroken ground. Like you have to break the land when you're settling a new place. You got to chop the trees down and stuff. But that's not really what's happening here. It's more like they just haven't bothered investing into like paving the whole area, right? It's downtrodden in disrepair. It's meant to directly show the level of this being a more downtrodden area for sure. Not a very rich and wealthy area. And even though this map isn't quite complete, we're still like, this is serviceable enough. This shows enough of the influence of wealth upon the area, that this area is a lot more well kept. You've got guards in different posts or whatever, right? Watching everything. You've got private military here for Sazarin, and then city guards that answer to the crown. And so a nice little mixture of authorities there. Obviously all the different guard places around the walls, particularly fortifying the walls, the gates. I'm not really a big fan of this gate asset, by the way. I don't really know if there's supposed to be another gate asset, but you can tell, I try to muck about with a little bit with the saturation and stuff, but you can tell it's from a different asset pack, if you will. There doesn't really seem to be a good gate asset that fits with that wall. But I quite like that wall, so I didn't see a good combo to use on Incarnate either. So maybe that's something that can be done later. Anyhow, we do have our Sazerac Square. We don't have like a bunch of little text the same way that like there's Gingora's Bounty, Knife Crescent. You can't really tell that what this says, but it's Avon Aurora Isle, right? So that's like the two elven families that live over there, and they were at one of the manors for that. So yeah, so if we look at the Sazerac district, I'm thinking like we could have you spat out towards the outskirts, like away from the Sazerac Square. Their subtext so far that you've gathered, if you're one of the players, is that the Sazerans, the family de Sazerac, is this political family and also maybe crime family. They employ assassins anyway, so that would definitely make you feel like they've got some kind of influence in the criminality sphere. And they do all of this stuff, but they seem to specifically be playing up this idea that like they are maybe they're vying for like political supremacy, but they're very uniform in what they employ. Generally speaking, it's a whole lot of humans. They will occasionally seek non-humans for like not necessarily assassin contracts, but jobs done in general. It doesn't have to be criminal jobs even. But they specifically think of others as like, okay, yeah, maybe they can be useful as workers, as aides, as labor hands or whatever. But generally speaking, they are definitely like our what would you say? Our constituency is that we're concerned with are the humans, and so Sazerac Square and the Sazerac district will be an overwhelmingly human-centric area of Innilands, which otherwise holds elves, holds dwarves. There's some Draconin, but they're pretty rare. That's our Dragonborn equivalent. And then, yeah, like occasionally you might get like gnolls aren't native to this area, so they're pretty rare. Trying to think if there's like other common races that you might spot. Orcs are pretty rare. Also come mostly from the south. A lot of like the Waste Warriors, which would be like gnolls, orcs, a couple other custom races. They come from down here, right? These are the northern Waste. The southern Waste, obviously, to the south of those. There's more to this map, but I haven't finished it all yet, so it doesn't show up here as a result. But yeah, our players are here. I should probably throw down... I'll use Silas's Hawk to... Oh, I guess I can't really do that. I think I have to make like a... Here, I'll use this. This works. So let's do... say friendly. We will say... I think we can do... I'm pretty sure there's an opacity field here somewhere, but I can't quite see it. No, I guess not. Oh yeah, token opacity. Here it is. So I think we can do something like... There you go. But now they're controlling and protecting a dragon egg, which is super rare in the setting. So anyway, that's why that's like that. So now there's some kind of marker for where the party is. Not really super important, but it's a nice little touch. Okay, so let's go to... let's figure out where they would be spat out if they took the Dalamask approach. For convenience's sake, it would be nice if they were spat out just on the map and I didn't have to worry about fielding a encounter map. I don't think I really have a good one. I think, like, thematically, for dwarves, it would make sense for them to spit them out somewhere in the mines. But I don't have a map for that, right? So, I mean, that's fine. I just have to theater remind it. So that's probably where you'll be spat out over here, which is fine by me. So we'll say this is the Dalamask one to the south. This one will take you to the someplace near the Sazerac district, and so that could be on the outskirts of the city. That could be inside the city, inside the district itself. if it were to be that, I'm not sure where exactly would be a good spot to go. I'm thinking that ideally we transition from encounter map to encounter map so that the city map is kind of cloaked, and maybe it's not even presented to the players yet that Sazarin district is where that goes. Like, they say we need to go there, go to the Sazarin district, and he's like, okay, yeah, well, maybe I can help you out with that. And then you get, you appear, you manifest or are transported to a place where a place where like is within the Sazarin district, but they don't know that yet. And so that's where like we keep the suspense going for a little bit. Like, if I had to try to plan out, and this never works long term, but if I had to try to aim for goals, setting goals here, like the conversation with Tomat and the resultant discussion there, like, wouldn't take longer than a half an hour. So pretty soon they'd be in whatever encounter map we're talking about transferring the players to. And that's fine by me. That makes a lot of sense. Where should it be? Probably someplace where it's not so difficult to travel into Sazarin Square. I also know I want to make an encounter map for that. And there's another thing that is like a big goal here that hopefully by the end of the session we can get to, which is one of our party members is a White Draconin Paladin who has been instructed to pray to his deity, and like his communing will show him some method of curing, restoring the ailment that has been afflicted upon the dragon egg, which will then allow the dragon egg to hatch. So it's kind of like a divine communal, but it's also, this communiment is in theory supposed to purify the ailing dragon egg. And so this is like a big moment, right? So I have a couple of like clever ideas that I want to do for setup for that, but first I definitely need an encounter map for that. Because there's going to be like an encounter, right? Like this is a thing. So this session for me as a DM is all about giving the party satisfying answers to the strange, mysterious catacomb that they just fought through for 3 sessions, giving them the payoff of being able to travel closer to their intended goal, having all that be maybe about a half an hour, and then maybe a half an hour again of like a quick little not necessarily scuffle, but like, role-playing opportunity between the characters and the world as they suddenly show up in a place that only this far dwarves have shown up to through this magical transport. And suddenly this is like a weird band of strange people. You got a gnoll, you got 2 Draconin of different colors, you got a changeling who could be whatever he wants to be in any given moment. You got a human, and you got a warforged. Like, that's a lot of different people that you got to account for. And so that's something that I'm also thinking about, like, how are we going to balance all that? Okay, so the plan is definitely to continue working on, like, that's the first hour. Questions with Tomat answered. And travel to the next place, where it's not yet revealed that you're in the Sazarin district, but you have to have a sort of like fish out of water type awkward experience exchange with some of the locals in whatever structure you've wound up in. Bonus points for reusability if that structure ends up being a place that they will go to somewhat frequently. So I still have to pick where they're going to go to. After that, the second hour should be travel towards Sazarin Square, and some kind of encounter map where they will walk through the a little bit of it, a place where, like maybe there's like an exterior and an interior, right? So we need an interior map, we need a mixed map for Sazarin Square, and then we need an exterior map for that final final leg of the session, which could be like an hour and a half to 2 hours, which would be the last big section, big chunk. The last half of the session will be at night. So it'll be pretty moody, right? At night in the exterior area, like this is where we're going, right? So, definitely some interesting things that I got to think about there for the players. And if I want to try to meet that rough time, like obviously at any point they could try to do something else. They could delay us by poking around in the manor and deciding that they want to, instead of like time lapsing to the evening because it's still morning-ish. Yeah, it's not even noon yet from where they are now. So they still have hours and hours to go before it's time for the like in-game time, right? Or in-universe time. They have hours and hours to go before it's time for their big showdown communement. And so I'm looking forward to that for sure. But as a result, they might decide to just poke around in the manor for a while and see what they end up finding. Try to do some investigation. I'm also going to need to hint at a few things that are going to justify why there's a battle during the communal portion of it at all. And maybe not start us off thinking there's a battle, but, you know, there might be the possibility of one. But everybody's just going to keep watch around our White Draconin Paladin so that he can do his communement, and then, like, things occur over time that, like, start stacking up. And, like, at least that's stuff for the other players to do during that time. So that's sort of where I'm at right there. Basically a half an hour max, hopefully, to answer questions of the party and then move on through. And then a half an hour of fish out of water and then just general Sazerac exploration, like Sazerac District exploration to some degree, like realizing that they've arrived at a new place. Then from there, we go for an hour of poking around within the Sazerac Manor, investigating the area, experiencing what there is to experience regarding that, all that stuff. And then the last leg, that is the big, you know, communal thing in Showdown, the commencement. No, that's from a different thing. I might reuse it, though. It's a pretty epic word. All right, so we know that this is their destination for the first little bit of time. So let's pick a spot for where they will travel to, assuming they do the logical thing, which is not always safe to assume when you're talking about players. So I'm kind of poking around. Obviously, there's like a nice little cathedral over here. It shouldn't be inside the walls because I do want them to have an encounter where they kind of, where specifically they look at it and they're actively trying to negotiate their way through or whatever. They have like a time where they're speaking to people, right? And so that doesn't have to be an encounter map part, but they're just gonna like meet some guards there that are like, hey, what are you doing here? State your business kind of thing. Okay. So the cathedral is a possibility. I do like me making some regal interiors. Could also be like a law house of some kind. A courthouse rather. Law house is fine to say that. We can be fancy with our terms. Could just be a tavern, which would be kind of amusing. Thinking maybe an ale house, right? Maybe a brewery, right? That could be it. If they go for a brewery, which could be a funny little, that could be a nice little bit of levity, considering they did just go through a rather harrowing experience in the caverns, and they're being chased by the people, the Inquisition that answer to the crown. They may have made themselves enemies of the crown, which is like big no-no. And so that would be another reason why they might stoop to the level of being shepherded out by the Sazerans, which, you know, not a guarantee that works out, but might be their best option here, especially given that they're hauling precious cargo. So I think with all of that said, we're dealing with there's a couple of different spots we could go for. I think if we do end up in a tavern, we probably want to end up like here. It'll be right next to the market if they want to pick up on any supplies, spend some of their money. They don't have a lot of money. Some of the players don't have a lot of money because they've been bribing people and buying like expensive weapons and stuff. But they might have a couple of gold coins that they want to spend. Might want to restock on supplies or whatever. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I am kind of thinking maybe we'll be in this area, right? Which means I have to make... I made a tavern called Kernia's Haunt, right? I made this tavern here. It's it's multi-leveled, so we got to go to the root level here. So I made this. If I make a third tavern for these guys, because I made, this is the, yeah. So I was working on like a variant of that at one point, and then it turned into this. So I've made the Evernear Tavern. I've made Kernia's Haunt. If I make another tavern, that might just be wild. Thinking about Sazerac maybe a little bit more. What else would be a meeting place? What else would be a good meeting place for it? It does feel like taverns are pretty ubiquitous, but I guess they could be in like an amphitheater, like, or some kind of, yeah, they could be in some kind of like upper crust, more fanciful thing where they walk up and they're in the like the bar area, the alcohol serving area of an establishment that's there for entertainment, you know? And so it would be like a theater for seeing plays put on. Maybe occasionally blood sports, although I kind of doubt it. It could be a possibility, though. I mean, sometimes that traveling circus act with the gnolls might come here. Maybe they can find some more information about that, since obviously one of the players is going to want to liberate his kin. Just ask them questions, since it's been a hot minute since he's seen them. Okay, so go ahead and get a different thing of music on. I know it's going to be a bit odd to listen to synthwave while doing D&D prep, but you know. That's all right. This is my channel. I do what I want. So, I do think that going for the amphitheater does kind of narrow our focus a little bit. What would a good one be? Oh, you know what we could do? And this is super funny. We could make it so that there's a theater that they've built inside what used to be a cathedral, inside what used to be a temple, right? It could be this right here. And the reason why that's kind of significant is some of the players or some of the characters are very pious people. I think most people would be like, you've had a perfectly good place of religious worship and you turned it into this? And that would be like that might engender some interesting reactions. So we know that we're going to go here. They're going to be near enough to the first part of the gate, like one of the first gates that they can go to if they want to beeline it directly for there. Or they can go to the market, or they can just explore some of the other areas of the city, of the district. So with that understood, let's go ahead and start on a fun little exercise where we're going to work on a temple. So I have the Temple of Lathandar that I made, which obviously is like a very gold-plated one. This one is going to be a little bit different. Sometimes I do like to start with an idea, or start with a... sometimes I like to start with some understanding of like what it is I'm looking at here, where like I pre-select some textures or whatever, but I think it'll be fine to just do it this way. So we're going to go to our catalog of textures. I see they've started to sort things by... yeah, they sort things a little bit differently now, which is interesting. See if that ends up being super useful. Whatever god used to be worshipped here, I have to also think about that as far as like what the original work was. So we have these... we want to steer clear of Emerald. That's going to remind them of the Manor of Horrors that they went through a while ago. Okay, so I'm just looking around to see if I notice anything in particular as a solid push. I kind of like the general look of this stone floor. It looks like it would make a really nice exterior path in a wealthy area. So I'm just kind of looking at this and thinking, okay, that might be useful. So we'll go to 50 for the texture scale. And I'm thinking that it'll be like they pop up in a room down here in the bottom right, and the exit is in the mid left. And so like this area will be like, this is like a service room, this is like a supply room, and all throughout the middle is like the stage is going to be like here, right? This is just for, I'm not going to make the stage that texture, obviously. The stage would be like there. We got supply, service, pews to watch, exit. So with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and kind of maybe do it that way. So I actually think we can probably, I don't actually know where we're at here for distance. Yeah, okay. That is a bit much, but at least now I know. That's the symmetrical or whatever, like dead even bit. So if we want to do it like this, we can. Okay. All right, so we'll come back to that later. Let's look for more tiles. Okay, the blue tiles, the red tiles. Something that maybe blends nicely with the stuff that we already have. Like maybe... I'm kind of getting more ideas looking at these. I'm kind of getting ideas like maybe this is a god of opulence, and so turning it into a business is actually like a sleeper hit with that god, you know? Could be a funny way to do it. So, okay. So let's think about this. Based on the texture alignment, that's going to matter a lot, right? So it looks like they have to be this kind of grid in order to be aligned, right? Okay, I think I know, what, roughly speaking, what we're going to do here. So we're just going to paint this out, the whole, like, interior, and we're going to kind of use that as our new base tile, like our lowest level. And then from there, we're going to... yeah, we're going to kind of build around that. My thinking here is... I don't know. Something about it not aligning to a 4x4 grid kind of is weird. Let's see. We do 40. It does seem like 40 works. Not for that exact spot, but if we did it like that. Okay. That does feel better to work with. So maybe we use that. Yeah, I think that's better. Some of these sizes can be very tricky to figure out the details on. Okay. That's a lot easier to work with, because now I can do, like, if I say I wanted there to be a path here, I could do that, right? And then it would still be on the border. And I do probably want that, so that's one of the reasons I'm thinking that. We could probably do, like, a more simple middle tile, so that it doesn't, like, draw attention to itself, and instead just kind of contrasts. Like, I don't know what we're at here, but, oh, I'm going to do 50 at least. Yeah, I'm not really a huge fan of that one. Maybe some of these. Ooh, okay. That ended up working out pretty nicely. Okay, so we know we're probably gonna wrap around like this. If this is our path pile, then that works out pretty well. We'll work on colors and stuff later too. Like, I'm just kind of giving myself some room to work with. We're defining our extremities. Let's go ahead and make this all that. The stage will obviously be like a different thing, right? Let's see, how many of these do we actually have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we have 13. That's a funny number for that. Okay. So we can make it symmetrical if we want, where each one is a group of 4, but it being a group of less, maybe even being only a set of 2 squares. These are the premium seats, and these are the cheaper seats, right? So another little thing there. Although, thinking about it, I'm assuming when you walk in, you should be able to kind of wrap around there, right? So we probably have to do it more like that. We wanted that as our angle. And then yeah, so that's fine. That way you have some space to move around, right? Okay, we should also scroll back up to cobblestone, or whatever that was. Yeah. Let's see if we can find a nice looking complementary tile there. Pillar stones, I don't know what that is. They look small enough that we don't even need to shrink the size, which is a rarity. Okay. All right, we'll probably tweak the colors on that stuff, on all that stuff, but at least we have it here. I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to start favoriting these ones so that I can keep access to them. So that's something that you can use, I'm imagining anyway, since it does persist between maps. You could probably open up a map that you had a texture that you wanted to use in another map, and just like favorite it, and then reload the other page or whatever, and then use that thing you favorited. That's not a bad technique, thinking about it. So the decorated floor is definitely a neat one. I'm just thinking about, like, definitely we need to work on the colors here for blue and gold. Should probably be something a bit different. Let's say maybe desaturate it a little bit, darken it a little bit, and this can be our stage. Obviously, there's no transition yet, but we can mask that with objects, or we can do some texture blending or whatever later. So that works out. That one's going to be hard to replicate offhand, so I'm going to go ahead and put it on my favorites as well. But I do like that. It's a very different color. It's a little bit more muted, which is fine. Another reason why it's good to favorite this stuff is that I can pull it up as it is, and then I can, like, say I want to tweak some settings on the colors. Like, I want this to be even more gray. Well, now I can do that, right? It doesn't... It does actually make a change, but it's not that big of a deal, right? Anyway, we can do that. That's pretty easy to do. So... Do we want to use that same tile that we used as a general tile? I suppose there's nothing really wrong with doing that. There would be like little side paths that you can take to, yeah, I'm thinking stuff like this. This map so far is kind of violating a rule that I do try to stick to, which is to leave negative space on the side here for you to walk around the structure. But in this case, I think it's totally fine. Computer and simulation, Lucy, you're a player. You can't watch this stream. I hope you're doing well, sir. The simulation will never end, I don't think. Yeah, I think we probably have everything we need. And go ahead and put down these filler stones. It's the perimeter. Okay, so these filler stones, I'm actually thinking about. No, it's fine. Oh, there you go. Probably want to desaturate them. I want to darken them a bit. Maybe not as much, though. Okay, that seems to work out. Just a little bit less brightness ambiently, I think is a good thing here for basic tile. And then the road kind of still it pops a little bit, although it could probably pop a little bit less, actually. Yes, I would like to remove that from my favorites. Okay, so this one is kind of funky. I also kind of want to drop the saturation on that a little bit. But what does it look like when I raise the brightness? By comparison. Yeah, that's probably fine. We could do something kind of cheeky and raise the brightness more for the ones up front, or like change them for each section, so to speak. Pretty small detail, but might end up working out. Okay. I don't know if that really adds much, but it's a little bit different. I am a little bit worried about the eye strain potential for some of this stuff. Okay. So this one's kind of funky because we actually want the vertical offset to change here, but I don't know by how much. So because I think it's 70 for a square, right? Yeah, so I guess that worked out. Okay. So this is kind of weird because we actually might need to drop the... I'm trying to think about, like, making a block, right? Because it already kind of comes built in with some... Oh. I don't know why I did that. What is the brick here? So an entire brick is at scale 50. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's a 5 by 5. Yeah, that doesn't really work, does it? But that would mean that 40 should be a 4 by 4. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we just need to figure out how to make it so that this works for what we're looking for. Do I need it to be 35? Not quite. What I'm trying to go for here is a ending at this. This little line here should be the end of it. I think maybe we got it. Yeah, okay. So that's better. for sure. Okay. So this is going to be our new favorite for that. We can remove the old one. Okay, that's fine. I think we did it. Let's go to recently used. We're gonna nab that on our favorites. And that one too, just so that we have everything that we're using here. What's going on, Ryan? I have heard of people attempting to use AI large language models for D&D related like storytelling. I'm sure somebody's going to come up with a client for that at some point. Because not too many people like scheduling is always the hardest part, right? So I'm sure some people will come up with stuff like that. I personally think it's always more fun to do it with other humans. But not everybody has the time for it. So gloomy today, I definitely need to take my vitamin D. So that's taken care of. Okay, I think we're ready to get into the object placing stage. Let's just take a look here. You can see there's definitely a very different formatting. Yeah, you can group by tag or pack. So previously it was always pack. This is probably a little bit easier, at least for me, because I'm not always looking for tavern asset. I'm looking for, like, mug, you know? And so, like, glass or whatever here. I guess this isn't exactly what I was thinking, but yeah, I don't know. I will see you around, Lucy. In fact, I will see you later today. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, well, we're definitely going to be looking for, like, a pew, right? And as with everything in Incarnate, we have to go ahead and set the grid scale to 50 for it to work. So we can pretty easily do that. I would like to make eventually, I don't know if this is quite feasible in the current setup, but I would love to make it so that the, yeah, I guess these should be like only one set, right? Because the whole idea is that it's more exclusive or what have you. So we should have this have like catering and all sorts of fanciful stuff over here in the front. These ones can be a little bit more standard. Maybe there's like a slight upgrade over on this side. I was thinking that we can use Incarnate's asset transformation here to do this, right? That looks believable enough, I think. And, you know, we replace these side seats with something else here. And then obviously this all this stuff is like super different. We probably could have actually just done like 150 on the width and done that. So maybe that's actually better. It's about the same level of distortion, but they're not separate installations, right? So okay. So So if we take a quick look at some stuff, I definitely like the chandelier idea. It's always tricky for me because in order to actually export, like, so Incarnate tries to make it so that it's obnoxious to have like PNG versions of their assets, which I don't know if is it really that necessary to do. I understand it's some kind of like weird anti-piracy thing they're doing, but that makes it so that I can't have stuff that's like these chandeliers. I would have to just like place and then make like you know, opacity wise they have to be like 50% opacity, you know, stuff like that, because otherwise they will occlude the characters pretty badly, right? So they're also going to be sources of light, though. That's I guess that's just a hard thing to do. But if I wanted to do archways, right? I have archways in the map that our players are in right now, and it's such an extra time sink to take these archways and separate them as a like a PNG overlay, because I have to put the asset somewhere, paint like magenta underneath it, color mask out the magenta, hand fix some some issues, you know, like clean them up and basically turning them into tiles for tokens. You know, like I'm a subscriber for Incarnate, and so like I pay for it. If I don't know why they're so concerned about people grabbing the assets. I guess in theory, you could pay to unlock all the assets, download all the assets, and then assemble your own maps. But like their software is pretty good for productivity purposes, so I don't know if that's actually a reasonable thing. I don't think many people would do that. I think people would just pay because like, hey, the software works pretty well. Anyhow, I'm gonna go ahead and say that we have some lovely brass pillars that we can plop somewhere. And we know that the kind of do this like so. I like this particular variant for what it's doing there with the little, I don't know what you would call those, the gargoyles almost. They're like heads of some kind of animal, evocative of a goat head or something, goat skull. So I'm thinking we'll have like ornate steps that go up here and here, and then the stage will be wrapped around. Not quite sure what we can use for an ornate step. We might have to get creative there. Just a random wall piece. Okay. You say so. Yeah, this is what I meant when I said we might have to get creative. What's our angle here? 240. I think that probably looks convincing enough. We should try to mask out the top of this one and this one, like the sides there. We should try to mask that out or have some kind of transitionary piece, and that should work out just fine. Now we need to figure out what exactly we're gonna do with this one, though. Oh man, angled walls are always such a pain. I never know how to deal with them. Yeah, I guess we can use that as our masking there. By deal with them, I mean I find them so difficult to do right in Incarnate. Especially since you're trying to make something that also respects the grid. Like, this 2x2 area is the pathable part of the terrain, and this is not, right? So I gotta factor that in as well. I'll probably need to put something that more immediately indicates this area is, I don't know, like, that would be a nice little hint. But anyway, we can go ahead and grab this one and rotate it over to match that angle. Line it up. There you go there. Okay. So like, I can do this, right? But it just doesn't, I don't think that's right. So I think we need to do this one. So I think we need to do this one. So that's 300 and this is 15. I'm no good at angles, but maybe that's good. Oh yeah, I just realized. Maybe we can do it a different way. Maybe a way to imply the stair part is to have the gold part be the step, right? And then we can kind of take like this piece, for example, and flip it so that the gold part is up here. And the same for this one. Now, the problem here is that for this, we actually have to use a different asset because they're curved, right? So they're not, you can't just flip them like that. They have to be symmetrical. So we're going to go ahead and do that here. And, we have to do it like that. There you go. And then we've got, we have to do the same thing here where we had this one at first, I think, yeah. And that means we have to delete that one, grab this one. And yeah, I think we can do it that way. It's not like dreadful or anything. There's a little bit of clipping there. But it's not really the end of the world, I think. It does look like this is a very different extremity, though. What the heck? So this part seems symmetrical, right? But then, like, this one, maybe it's, like, bad rotation. But it doesn't look like it would line up any other way, so I'm not really sure how it could be. All right, if we go put that one underneath. Right? How are we missing this? These line up. These line up. This, that. Maybe our angle here is wrong. Maybe this is the wrongness. Can I do like angle opposites? How do I fucking figure this one out? I need a how to get opposite angle. There you go. Okay, so the opposite of 240 is apparently 60, which is potentially helpful, but that doesn't really. Oh, I see. So I don't need opposite. I need. No, so that would be halfway there, right? So I think that is right then. Yeah, I'm not immediately sure how we would wrangle this one. Because these are the same asset. 300 is 120. So half of the distance between 120 and 300, that's 180. So it'd have to be 90. So like this one being 300 means that you have to do, yeah. So I think this would be an appropriate angle, but that's not right. Like that clearly isn't right. This seems correct, I think. It seems pretty similar, so I don't know what's going on with that one. I'm not going to agonize over the details here, though, so if I end up needing to be a bit of a cheater pumpkin eater, figure it out. I do want it to look right, since they'd have competent architects in this area, so that part is important. Yeah, they're even like on the same grid aligned part, where this is aligned to that and this is aligned to that, so very perplexing one. So let me go ahead and attach one here like I had. And then I'm going to grab this, this, and this. And we're just going to go ahead and line it up. Yeah. We can try... No, we can't do that. Looks like that'll be it. I'll just kind of symmetrize that to some degree. Okay. So that's probably good enough. Let's go to a favorite tile. Go to brush mode. Take the grid off. There you go. And then in here, we have this area that needed to be done. Filled in as we see. And that. Okay. All right, so we have our makeshift stage that we've put together. The chandeliers in the middle. Got these golden or brass pillars. We'll probably throw something on top or whatever. We know that we need some side areas, right? That's like another detail. So, some side rooms. Yeah, that kind of makes me think... It does kind of make me think that we actually need to reduce the number of these that we operate within, because otherwise yeah, because our rooms here are gonna have to be longer than they are wide by a considerable margin. So let's go to some stone, see if we can't find some. Maybe I'll search wall instead. The metal is probably not the vibe we're looking for, but we can try this one. I've definitely used this asset before. So if we show the grid real quick, we're gonna go ahead and do that. I'm thinking that the exterior wall is also something we need to settle on. And then, even irrespective, we need to figure out a... I guess we could try the Art Deco, but seems a bit fanciful. I don't know why I'll pass. Oh, I probably selected the wrong thing. Yeah, I feel like the wall here should be a bit thicker, shouldn't it? We can try the Art Deco transformed, but I'm not sure it would be spectacular. Maybe it would still look pretty good. I don't know, that almost seems so impressive that I would want to keep it for something else, you know? Alright, let's see if we can find something else. That's not a bad idea, but I'm not going to do that one. Or at least I'm going to look for something a little bit more fitting beforehand. I don't really hate the sandstone stuff. I know it's supposed to be like a tunnel wall or something, but... Or a sewer part or whatever. But, you could probably do that. You'd want some, like, reinforcements with metal or wood or something, but... Kinda neat. Aqueduct temples. Would definitely want the bright side on the exterior, but anyway. Those are more like Mayan Aztec stuff. I don't think we need that. That's probably fine. We can always change it up later if we need to. We have to make a few other maps, so I'm not going to be too bent out of shape over it, necessarily. Okay. Now we need to figure out a good door. The elven door really is not it for me. But I like the golden part. I think that's pretty neat. This is a little, this is a little foreboding. Good to know that's in there. This is kind of an interesting door. I don't know that it fits super well, obviously. It's very ornate, but it's a different style, it feels like. Yeah, because it's supposed to be like jungle temple stuff, right? So that is the vibe that I was getting anyway. Okay. So, let's see here. I was looking at these and I was like, yeah, maybe those could work. It's pretty fancy, which is fine. Cycle it back a little bit, and it's kind of a really fucking big boy, but... No. That's fine. Okay. So, we do need some interior doors as well, of course. Go ahead and plop that one here. Get started on those. Okay. Let's go ahead and drop a save here. I am directly naming the god of wealth after Platinum. That's for sure. Maybe I'll come up with a better name later. Something that's more unique. As far as, like, another word to refer to grand wealth or something. Okay, so... yeah, we did all of that without saving, which is definitely what I recommend. Wink. All the time, wink. Okay. Ooh, this one's kind of tough. Because, I guess realistically speaking, this is like supposed to be a one-door thing, right? A one-square door, I should say. So... let's go ahead and... I think that's probably fine. Probably do 120 on the width so that it fits in a bit better. Okay. I was kind of debating. Maybe we should have the doors be really nondescript, right? The reason I was kind of debating that was because they'd probably want the servants to be mostly out of sight. And so if those doors are kind of embossed or whatever, they might be a bit of an eye catch. So I'm thinking about that, but I also think that it's probably fine to have it be as it is, because it implies a nice gravitas to it, right? Like, even our servants are treated with such splendor. That kind of thing. I did just realize that this needs to be flipped around, and this I was not doing that correctly. That's alright though. Pretty simple stuff at the end of the day. Okay. So they've got a lot of entrances, etc. I think that's fine. There is a chance that maybe we would want to shove some of these walls out a little bit. There's really only like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 squares of movement over here. It's going to be kind of cramped is the bottom line. We also are going to need some kind of fanciful, like, getaway door here towards the stage. You know, I was talking a big game about, and I know it's not going to happen, right? I know it's never what you plan for. D&D is not like that. Because I was about to say that I was talking this big game about how we're going to have, like, I'm going to try to make it so that it's 30 minutes of weirdness and fish out of water scenario and whatnot. And that's a great goal. But I know my players, they are one of them is probably going to be like, shit, we're in a theater. We got to get out of here. We don't belong in this, like, upper class area, you know? And there's going to be another one who's going to be like, but wait, I can turn into an elven lord because I'm a changeling. And I can just walk right onto the stage and be like, what's up? Your lord or your master is here or whatever. And then, like, you know, they have to suddenly play the part or whatever. That's definitely a possibility. I'm not going to lie. That is definitely a possibility. Okay, so we've got our... we decided, I think, that the north was, like, supply. And the south was... like, servants... I don't know, like, servants' quarters. Clearly, there should be a basement to this level. I don't know that I'll have enough time to build a basement for it. But, like, the basement would definitely be... like, we can theater of mind it so that they come out of the basement or whatever. But the basement would add a lot more believability to this, where it's like, okay, servants, like... the idea of, like, exiting stage left, from the perspective of the audience, that's going to be this area. And so, like, this is where they would come down to change their outfits, the performers. I say servants, I'm also thinking performers. Not that they're the same people, but there would be similarities there or whatever in terms of their usage of the area. So there'd be a whole area where they'd prepare brews, they'd prepare food for the guests and whatnot. There'd probably be, like, places to leave your horses outside, you know, hitching posts and whatnot. Or maybe, like, a proper stables on the premises. And things like that. And so definitely interesting possibilities there. And then, you know, the players are going to come up here. We'll theater them on the basement for now. And the players will come up here and be like, oh, okay, interesting. I see you've, like, okay, there's, like, actually a thing going on here or whatever. So anyway, I think that's pretty neat as an idea. As far as what is left to add to this map, obviously we got to detail some of these areas. We got to put down the stairs for where they're going, which are just going to be like this probably in this area. You can quickly do that. I'll just search stairs. And we can quickly tweak the color. I guess we need... Because this is a curved stair, we need, like, just straight up an asset scale increase. And then I think we'll do... It's rather garish. Yeah, that kind of pretty much directly implies, like, okay, it's going one way. We can go ahead and flip it like so. Okay, that's cool. We're gonna have to add light sources other than the chandeliers that we have here, which I might not even preserve, but I wouldn't hate it if they did. We have to add, like, tables with food. We search for table, we should be able to find some stuff. Interesting. Not what I expected to find. But yes, the definitely have, like, the catering and whatnot. I think these ones actually can be the 150 width, like the ones in the back. And these ones will be like, it's like different needs for different places, right? And so, table. I think I saw, like, yeah, these ones do. Actually, I use this asset in a different area, so I don't necessarily want to use that one again. So I think we'll do, like, pretty bog standard stuff. Okay, so we got to dress up those tables at some point, of course. Do we want this? Nah, it's probably fine as it is. Okay, so we do need to do a lot more like object work, but this map is pretty close to being like bare bones functional. I probably want to put some scenery on the stage, so that we have stuff that's related to that. First, though, I'm going to use the bathroom. I will return whenever I can. BRB. All right, so it's time to get back into things here whilst we continue to set up our maps. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, those are some grand tables. Let's see if we can find any pitching posts. Trying to think of something that we can use to imply a pitching post. I think we discussed that we probably would want a we'd probably want some kind of grand epic like stable somewhere, but you know, maybe we can at least still have some of this nonetheless. What does it look like when it is done? That's probably fine. And then, yeah, it kind of feels like we should do some kind of maybe rug or something. We can go for. It's a really tight recolor to make it match here. We'll see how that looks. I'm not really a crazy fan of it right now, so I don't know that I'll keep it going, but I like that there's a pattern to it for sure. So that is an upgrade over like a default rug that doesn't really give you that much. I don't think that my color changes have been particularly spectacular. Maybe we'll just rock with those then. Okay. Oh yeah, of course. So this is actually a pretty easy fix, funnily enough. We just grab these and we move them up. Okay. All right, so I feel like that'll be good for there being a little bit more visual interest there. I'm not super crazy about the colors, but we can deal with that later. I think we can probably do some basic tableware and try to wrap this up pretty soon, I think. This particular map, we can take off Snap to Grid. All right, so should be enough for an initial bout anyway. Okay. These hallways are going to be pretty featureless, though, if we leave them as they are, right? So we should also think about that. Oops, I didn't mean to do whatever I just did. Okay. We do, like, sconce, maybe? This one's kind of like an in-between fancy looking. It's not super stylized, which is pretty neat. Wait, we want the other one. Let's not make it random. Yeah, that's good. So I'm going to fix the... Actually, I guess I can do the corrections right here and now. And then maybe if I probably still want to snap them to grid is the problem. Then I should be able to do this, right? It's probably pretty good. Okay. Just trying to think about how it might be feasible to speed up the process when you know what you're actually building in Incarnate and D&D maps and probably life in general as far as creative things go. At that point, it just becomes how quickly can you iterate. That's sort of where we're at right now. All right, so I'm gonna put these down and put that down. And then these I'm also going to put down. And then I'm going to take these, put them down so that everything's in line with itself. Okay. So we got our light sources. I think we can probably do like a brazier of some kind. If we quickly take a look, fire columns, those are pretty cool. One thing that the new organization of the assets is showing me is that there's a lot of assets I didn't know existed, or maybe they're new assets. That's another thing that it could be. But I'm looking for a particular thing that's like, it's like a fire pit. Yeah, cauldron's not really there. Let's see, fire. If I search for campfire, I don't think I'm gonna get it. But I think there's a dwarven thing that I was... Huh. I really remember using that, so... It's a bit odd. If I search for stone, maybe I'll find it. It was a circular object I remember using in a... I thought it was under the dwarf category. Dwarven category. Not the table, but it kind of looked like it. I'm just blanking on the name for it right now, unfortunately. Might have to load up that map and figure out exactly what it was if I want to use it here. But we don't really need that exact thing. We can use like a pillar, for example. There's a lot of things that you can use. You can just drop in the necessary firelight inside Foundry. Not really that big of a deal if I can't find what I'm looking for right now. You can always come up with it later. Okay. So we're going to have these be like pillars that have fire on them for more light as well. So there'll be like a source of light. We'll have these sources of light on the outside. I think it makes sense to try those chandeliers. If they don't work, whatever, we ditch them. We were thinking about putting some kind of scenery over here. I think maybe it would be a... It could be good to have, like, you know, something like, let's see here. We'll have somebody who's, like, chained up, right? Something like this. Then we can flip it so that it's kind of inverted. And so, see. It does feel weird when I'm scrolling through the list of assets here, and I'm seeing a lot of the same things. It's not what I would have expected, for sure. Okay. Got a little bit of props there. Maybe there can be, like, always tricky to get scaling for weapons just right. Alright, we'll look for a good table that we can use for this. I think we can probably do something like this. I'll say this one's going to be at 50. And we can look for like a handkerchief. It's probably tablecloth. All right, that's probably all the, like, it would probably be neat if we could have more props or what have you, but I think probably don't need anything like that. Okay. All right, so is there anything I want to throw in for either the exterior or for these side rooms? Because they're going to leave this way, and they're going to come in this way. So the party will probably exit this way. Okay. All right. I think we'll try this. I'll set it up in Foundry real quick, and we'll see if there's anything that I can think of to populate this area. I don't think you're going to get into a brawl necessarily, so it kind of keeps it safe for me. All right. I'm going to export this. I was doing an audio test earlier. Encounter Sazarin the Platinius stage. Oh. I would like to change the order here, but it doesn't seem to want to let me. There you go. Oh. Okay, so I'm already remembering that, like, for my interiors, I really don't want to reveal the whole map. I want it to be something where the lights actually give you something. So we're going to say this is like 40-20, maybe 60-30. I think that's fine. I'm going to say that the light color is around this. It is going to be constrained by walls, which I guess isn't... Oh, I don't have any walls yet. That would be one. And then 0.5. Yeah, that's some intense color, so... Oh. I guess it doesn't want to preserve the things that I did. 2... 40-20 then. Torch. It seems fine to me. Okay, so let's, because I don't want it to be, like, blown out, obviously, on as far as light is concerned. We're gonna go ahead and put down our doors. And I have to zoom in a bit to see the grid. I prefer a subtle grid to an overbearing one. So that's fine by me. I'm also going to be on the hunt for any sorting issues I missed. It's pretty common that working with Incarnate, I end up with a couple of those. And then I only see them later on. Much later on. During the session, of course. And I hope that I am the only one who sees them. That's how it tends to go. All right, so we're gonna get this going. So pretty interesting that like I didn't necessarily outwardly intend for this, but I actually quite like that there's no there are no windows. And I like that because you can't peep on the show. You got to pay to get in here, you know? And so that reinforces that idea. For visual storytelling, it probably would have been good to have a let's see here. I think for visual interest and for visual storytelling, it could have been good to have like parts where windows obviously would have been. So maybe I'll add those later at some point. So let's go to our terrain, where we will, I think, rather quickly do this. Let's go ahead and select that. Okay. So maybe what we would do is we would actually have that one out. And, you know, the lights would be dimmed anyway, right? If you think about it. For a show, that's usually what ends up happening. So... okay. Now over here, we're going to go ahead and have this one be a torch with higher animation intensity. And we can probably have this one be like 60-30 or something, right? We're going to put all of these here, and we're going to disable all of them for now. Because we will have them show, like, appear or whatever, do things later on. Let's take another look at the walls real quick. I think everything there is going to be taken care of. We need invisible walls. That kind of block movement here. For this one, we should do this. Since we said earlier that the bronze part is going to be like an actual step up. You know, where possible, I think it's fine for that to be the case. These pillars are going to be a little bit lower to the ground, so I'm okay with people seeing over them. But obviously not walking through them. We can't have that. So I'll go ahead and keep tracing the area here. Okay. And we're going to kind of do the same thing here. Alrighty. Let's do this first, and then we'll say probably that. Okay. I used to like reflexively wall every object that would impede general movement, but players enjoy being able to leap on top of things, and it is within movement rules, so I'm going to go ahead and allow that kind of thing. And so I'm going to preemptively expect my players to do that. And so I'll leave the movement open as a result, so... yeah, I think that's actually all we really need for walls. I'm going to quickly grab the doors on the interior, and we're going to give them the kind of like basic door sound for wooden doors. And then the ones that we can give like a heavier set for the sound here. Say wood basic, and then this one can be wood heavy. And I think this would probably be a situation where actually the main gate would be locked, but these servant access ways would be open because it's just kind of not necessarily high trust, but like if somebody uses a door they're not supposed to use, they're going to get disciplined kind of thing if they're a servant. They've already been coached to not do that if they're a performer. And the customers are not going to do that either, right? The patrons of the establishment, just they are here for the show, right? Like maybe a inquisitive child or something would wander through there and then quickly be ushered back by the servants. But besides that, I think we're good. So, you know, we're getting a good feel for like where the party, like if the party is going to come up from this staircase here, that kind of goes down into that area, then we kind of know that, okay, this is like the party's going to be in this area. So we want to make sure that there's, they can like pop open the door and peek through to see what's going on. And they'll see like a performance. They'll probably be hearing part of the performance or whatever. There'll be this really long soliloquy between like a person who has like I'm thinking like an elf or a non-human who has slaughtered a human monarch of some kind or done some other great disservice or whatever, and they'll be speaking together, and it'll be like this performative play about that like kind of highlights the attitudes that the humans have towards other races, and maybe also vice versa. And this is only like specifically in this region, and it's not every human in this region, but a lot of them are going to feel something like that. And so having a play behind that like kind of implies that or whatever, that's pretty neat. Okay, we also got to bring this one over to all the way on this side. There you go. Okay, so we've got our first map. Again, I would love to do some more tweaks to it. Like, I'm already thinking, for example, I should probably come over here, set the opacity to 10, favorite this so I can access it easier next time. And then I'm thinking literally just darkening these stairs. Maybe my opacity needs to be like 30. And having a gradient of darkness kind of obscure some of that. I feel like that's pretty good. Probably having like a subtle amount of gradient on this area as well, just kind of occasionally darkening some parts of the tile, break up some of the visual repetition of those tiles. It'll also go over the assets and stuff, so you know, kind of like adding a little bit of randomization to the grain of the wood, and maybe having some scuffed parts of the metal over time, and that sort of thing. I do love doing that. I feel like it you're going to be in these maps for a little bit usually, so it pays to have a little bit of some variety there. So I usually kind of do this at random, but there's a method to the madness that's just like, I often think about like pathways that people would take, and so I give extra special attention to like stairs and other general pathways and whatnot. And then maybe like, I'm imagining when an object might have been dropped in an area and then caused a little bit of a scrape or a dent or something, and like we can't get down into the nitty-gritty on that detail, but we can at least imply a few little bits and bobs here and there, right? That's kind of what I'm doing here. Okay, but really I think the biggest value add there was the darkening of the stairs on the approach here, right? Like, that's definitely a big deal. So, making it seem like you're actually descending somewhere that is shrouded by the rest of the structure. Okay, we definitely want to add something for these side rooms, and I'm thinking about whether or not there's anything else that makes any sense to be put over in this location, but it could be cool if there was an upper area. I'm just realizing that maybe like there should be this like small entrance instead of the big one. Could be like a VIP entrance directly up, so it'd be like a staircase that goes up. Maybe I can go ahead and grab this asset, for example, and we can just have a straight up and down one. Does this, right? So we go ahead and show the grid. And that would also, I think it's safe to do it the way that I just did it, where it's like kind of sticking into the wall. The reason why I think that's like a fine thing to do here is because we can have it so that it expands out into like a balcony area that you then are like on the exterior of the structure or what have you. Or maybe it's like it's actually an expanded area entirely. And there would be like pillars along the exterior here that would hold that up, and we can even detail that later. So I'm thinking we will just quickly do my shadow work here, but this time it's going to be more on these bottom few stairs. Help give a natural gradient of rising light and significance to the top. I feel like that's fine. Maybe it might have been a little heavy-handed there. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that works out fine. Okay, so now we know that there's going to be like an upper area where there's people watching and like a wide wraparound. This is like a really cool environment, by the way, that like I would love to come back and finish this map with like the upper floor and the basement and all of the doohickeys, eventually adding in like a stable nearby and stuff. Because I think like you could have a whole session exploring this stuff, but we're only going to be doing it for a brief period of time in this session. At least that's the initial plan for it. So I think we are going to just end up leaving it at that, but it's still a cool idea. So I'm thinking about that. All right. So since this is an entrance VIP style, it might behoove us to have this be like an area where this is actually separated from the rest of the rooms or whatever, right? So if we go to something like this, and we quickly construct some kind of, maybe there's like an in-between width. Yeah, I guess something like this. And I just grab that and delete it, and then we grab that and copy paste it. So yeah, I'm thinking we do something like this, and then we can grab this door here. And kind of the main problem here is that each one of these doors is supposed to represent a square of movement, right? So I think that means that we have to do something like this. And that means we have to probably have to grab this one again. And I guess that means we have to grab this one here as well. Put it down like so. Okay. I mean, that's not really the end of the world. But anyway, the idea that I had going on there was basically that I like that little symmetry on the gold trim there. So we're going to go ahead and take this. We're going to bring it down to here. And we are going to... looks like we are going to shift this whole thing up a little bit. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I don't know what's going on. All right, that does look a little bit better. Although I think these both need to be down there. Yeah, there you go. That one down there. Oh yeah, okay. Figured it out. Anyway, this one will allow this stuff up here to be separated from like the servant area, which it's like a subtle little thing, but I think it adds a little bit of an idea that like, hey, you're supposed to be, if you're a guest, you know, like. Don't acknowledge the servants, don't speak to the help kind of thing. So I feel like that's pretty good for subtle characterization, whether the players pick up on that or not. I never know what they're gonna take notice of. Sometimes they really surprise me. I would say often they really surprise me. So yeah. Okay. So we've got that going for us. Oh, wait. Hope you guys like keyboard clacking. Okay, so we've got a little bit of light sources in here as well. It's not much. It really doesn't... It's not like it's a humongous change. But I do think it gives a little bit more purpose to this part of the room. It also helps us build out the idea of what all we are doing. with it definitely helps us know what the function of these rooms are, right? You know, if we wanted to get kind of fancy, we could do like shelf. I think we'll search shell with like that weird spelling so that it's shelves, plural, but also shelf. Nice little catch-all term. There is one that's like a shelf full of like dishes and stuff. I don't know if there's one that's like a shelf full of... Yeah, there's like this, which is pretty nifty, but it's not like I don't have like a ready-made prop that handles everything, right? So that's kind of what I'm getting at here is that we probably want to use these like stocked tavern shelves for now, I guess, if I had to speculate. We could do 50, show that grid, and then maybe it'll even be like 40. And then we can kind of cheat by flipping it like so. Okay. And then, you know, we can have the... I'm assuming there's a tavern shelf that's empty, but I guess it's just this. Yeah, it's the same thing. All right, so there's a little bit of visual interest down here since there's like objects or whatever that have been put up here. We can go ahead and yeah, grab this, and we can say like maybe we can say like a size of 40 on the scaling here. Instead of 50, just so we can squeeze in a few more. Okay. Just a little something something, right? Nothing too crazy. Okay, so all that really accomplishes... oh, we wanted to maybe put some pillars in the exterior for visual interest there. I don't think the players are going to stick around at this part. I think once they exit the place, that's going to be it, but it doesn't hurt to toss some up there. Thinking we definitely do that. So that one's by the doors. Yeah, I think I'm just going to line them up to the doors for the most part. Oh, and we were talking also about the potential for setting them up for like a certain kind of indication that there used to be like stained glass walls and stuff here. That's another idea for sure. I'm gonna put the doors. I think my characterization when the players talk about like, oh, like when I describe the area, I'm just going to say there's like many ongoers. Most of the many ongoers. I probably will just leave it at that. Like upper class nobility and perhaps even royalty seem to have patronized this establishment. The ongoers wear fanciful gowns and dresses and all that stuff. Anyway, the idea there will definitely be like, don't really linger too much on the identity of them. Describe what they're wearing or whatever, but deliberately don't describe their race. And then when they're like, oh, are these like humans or elves or whatever? And you sweep the area and you find it perhaps a little remarkable that everybody here seems to be human. And that'll be like maybe subtle foreshadowing that they're in the Sazarin district, because they won't know when they come here. Although they will probably remark on the fact that some of the servants seem to be dwarves and some of the servants seem to be half-smiths and whatnot, so that's a half-dwarf. Maybe also for visual interest, we can go ahead and have there be pillars on the other side. Do all of those. That's kind of neat, right? I don't know if this will look any good. I guess it kind of is fine. I don't know. That does kind of look a bit funky, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I'll put it to you that way. Like, I can describe it as like the stairs. If any, I don't think anybody's gonna care or notice, but I can always just say that it's the stairs are doing their thing, curling around it or what have you. I kind of want to do a full circuit. Maybe I can do like curtain. Yeah, there's no like show curtain or stage curtain. It doesn't look like. I see train curtains, interestingly enough, but that's not enough. All right, that's fine. Okay, I feel like we've done enough to make it so that there's at least some kind of stuff going on here. That's pretty neat. So we'll go ahead and export this again, VTT grid, and preemptively. This is this. Oh, interesting. It doesn't look like it looks like maybe I didn't... When I saved this as a WebP, it didn't work properly or something. That's kind of interesting. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and come into here, and we're going to configure this and say... This is the one. Okay. So we're looking pretty good on the lights. Obviously, we do need to go ahead and grab this here. Yeah. That was not exactly on the grid, so I have to do a little bit of finagling. Not really the biggest of deals. Okay, yeah, those were... I think those are the only lights we added. I thought about adding one for outside, and I probably should have, but I don't think it's the end of the world that I neglected to. And we can move on to our next objective here, which is to start work on the next map, of course. Okay, so I'll grab a door, and this will be a basic door. Wood. Maybe these ones would actually be locked because they're for the... You have to be let in and by somebody who's going to check your ticket or whatever, right? Kind of neat. All right, so with our changes, I guess the only other thing is like maybe we want to... Oh yeah, I guess what I normally end up doing here in these kinds of situations is blocking walkability on the... Definitely want to block walkability on this area. Right, that. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm just making sure that the players can't like glitch through the walls and see stuff that they're not supposed to see. I think it's pretty minor, all things considered, but always good to block that. Obviously, it does take a bit of extra time, as you guys are no doubt noticing. That's all right. All right, let's finally click back into here. It always annoyingly tells you, hey, you gotta watch out. You gotta watch this space here because you're all tabbed and your graphics, your GPU is like working on something unrelated to your browser, dude. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm doing other things. You're done exporting, so it's not like your exporting is going to take any longer. You finished. You did the thing. I don't know if it's possible for them to detect when their export is complete, but it would be great if it could, because it would save me a little bit of trouble. Yeah. All right, so once we're done on the interior part of this wall, we can pretty comfortably, I think, move forward with the next map. I do have the Vale, which is where they're going to be going. That's a V-A-L-E, Vale. They are going to be going towards that as the where they want to do their showdown, where they need to do their showdown. So. Sometimes Foundry is a bit finicky. Oh, there you go. We closed that circuit. I guess we actually don't need to block that first step. Helps us clean up a little bit of this. I almost want to call it geometry. That's not quite what it is, but helps us clean a little bit of that. Topology, maybe? Another word you would use for 3D modeling, which this is definitely not. Okay, so pretty straightforward from here. Just gotta finish wrapping around like so. I don't know if there's any problem with having intersecting walls, but whatever. Try our best to finagle them so that they're not obnoxious. Okay. So we know that our next one is going to be part of the Sazarin Square area. Maybe the Northern Manor. Or, yeah. The Northern one is more likely where they're going to be winding up. And so we can use that as the map that we end up making. And much like this map, where there's like loads of extra effort we could do to add more interesting things to it, like add the upper and lower levels and all this other stuff, we're gonna have a lot of that possibility in the for the manor as well, and we're just gonna have to say no, there's other things. And so, you know, just goes back. It comes down to, you know, not being afraid to theater of mind stuff where necessary, right? So. I seem to have been less permissive with the south side than I was with the northern side. Case in point right here, actually, looks like I was supposed to be a bit more permissive with this side as well. I'll correct it on this end, and that'll probably be it for this map. I'll give it a quick once over to make sure I didn't miss anything obvious, but we're ready to go. Got the locked doors, got the... Yeah, okay, that was the other thing I was thinking about, is the window stuff. So we're probably going to have to just mention that these pillars, like where these pillars used to be, there used to also be windows or something, like if they bother to examine the area. But, that's fine. Okay, so we're good to go there. I mean, I don't have any tokens here yet, but I can do that stuff later. What do we got? 5 o'clock. So in 3.5 hours is session time. So let's go for another map. We're going to go ahead and say... This one probably has to be a pretty big one, but that doesn't necessarily mean we have to fill in everything. Let's try 40-40. We'll see. See if this ends up being particularly useful. Okay. I do wish I could do a per map favorite as well as global favorite. That would be pretty nice, but doesn't look like that's something we can wrangle. Okay. All right, so if we look quickly at our Sazarin district map, we've decided they're going to come out over here. Oop, meant to be here. So they're going to be here. This is where the party is going to be. We can go ahead and drag out Blink. So this is where we're going to be. If I click on him... Okay, I see. Let's go to... Let's go to configure. We just need global elimination. That's fine, yeah. Okay. So, basically, this is where the party will be when they pop out. This will be the northern manor, southern manor. And this is like where a lot of work gets done, you know? So, there's also like a mausoleum and a place of worship, but this is like a big meeting place. There's a guest hall. Like some places have a guest room. These guys have a guest manor. Okay. Plus, there's little aspects of visual interest that I've kind of scattered around. Like we got this enormous cavalry statue here. Got a little bit of like a mausoleum crypt thing, like a cenotaph, I suppose is what you would say. Got a cenotaph over here. Plenty of room for like a veil of sorts. So we know that like the veil is going to be over there. And in fact, I think we can even move Sazarin over here next to the Platinia stage, since we know that that's where that is. And then we can go for a We'll eventually make that new map. But I wanted to quickly gather a little bit of inspiration about like what exactly this is going to look like. So they're probably pretty likely to come down here and enter this way. They could also enter this way if they go to the market first. So in either case, like we're probably going to do some kind of like they're going to come in here or they're going to come in here. And in either way, there's going to be some kind of courtyard. So we can kind of hedge our bets. And this happens a lot in D&D stuff for when you're prepping. But you can kind of hedge your bets and just be like, yeah, all right, that's... we just swapped the whole like geology of this area real quick. And it's fine. So that's basically what I'm thinking here. I see that I've tried to make like a cool blue the general color of the manor, at least in the in like the world map, so the city map. So we're gonna go ahead and have this. I'm gonna leave that to favorites for later. I am looking through the tiles and I see I'm seeing some interesting options, but let's see here. So we know we're going for some kind of gray stone ground, like this color here, right? We're going for like a gray stone there. As the pathways in and out. So I'm looking for anything that immediately jumps out at me as like sufficiently appealing. Like it should be somewhat fanciful, right? Somewhat grandiose. Maybe we just take this cobblestone pavement tile. We set the size to 50 and we go ahead and say that we're gonna knock down the sat a little bit. And go up in brightness a decent amount. And then I'm gonna quickly take a look at that. I almost want to put it up in brightness even more. Yeah, I think that's probably good. So we can go ahead and undo that. But I think that's probably fine. Let's go ahead and favorite that. So we got that as our option. We've got this as like a very luxury tile, right? Then we're going to be looking for a couple of organic textures. So this is general path. This is like luxury border around something impressive. And also like, this is like an interior trim tile around the walls or whatever. We need an interior path, which is going to be some kind of tile or metal or stone. Or maybe some really nice wood. So these are like stone tiles. I don't know if I like these per se, but we can go ahead and try them. They feel a little bit too like they should be angled, and that will just make it so hard to imagine them being used. So that could be like an exterior trim. This could be this could actually be an exterior trim of some kind. So I think that's actually fine. We just quickly should try cooling it as far as blue goes, right? Be slightly up in the brightness. Okay, so I'm gonna not up the brightness actually, and then I'm gonna favorite it as is, and we'll remember that. So that's our exterior trim, and we can always rotate it and stuff later if we need to. So we've got exterior trim, exterior path, interior trim. We need an interior path, and then we're probably down to just like a couple of odds and ends at that point. So an interior path could be we generally want something that's going to be pretty low variance in terms of its visual interest. We want something that we can kind of spam and have be like the base tile and still look reasonable. So for that reason, I'm going to be a bit choosy about it. And we could definitely do the stone floor. And, you know, we could have like a wooden version of it as well, right? So like there's a wood interior path and then there's a stone interior path, right? I think the stone is probably going to be fine. This doesn't have to be super fancy initially. It could certainly be if we wanted to, but we can have it be a somewhat utilitarian, you know? I see there's like a brick floor instead of stone that... It's also a little bit noisy, so I don't know if I want that one, but... and I don't know that it's very fancy either. Maybe something like this. That could be kind of neat. Okay. We'll grab this, and I'm also going to say for this one... All right. I definitely have some color adjustments to do on some of these. Like, this one that's in our favorites right now, I think, yeah, I made it, like, too bright or something. I don't know what I did to it. It probably needs to go down in brightness. It seems like it might just be a bright texture in general. Yeah, that looks a lot more realistic, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. And then this one, I feel like probably need to... This is a tough balance to get. Okay, I think that's probably better. Okay. All right. Yeah, so utilitarian path on the internal side, and maybe also external, but mostly internal. This is external. Maybe this is external path, and this is internal path, and we rock with this. Would mean that, yeah, this one here is, like, not in use. I don't think we need that, so. Okay, so I like this so far. So we're gonna use the stone bricks as our exterior, right? We'll quickly go ahead and swoop this in. We know that our players are entering from the north. It's just northeast or northwest. We're not going to fit all of that in one map. This is just going to be like, you know, we're going to have the gate. If we go for gate. Oh, I see. There's some eastern gates or whatever. Unfortunately, there's not so many gates that are, like, super, you know, impressive or whatever. Maybe we can look for, like, some kind of impactful wall. This is fancy looking, for sure. So we usually operate at 50% scale as, like, our default. We know that they are angled. So angles with this is always a bit tricky, but I think we can make this happen. And then obviously we also are going to want the color to be a bit on the bluer side. Maybe up the side a little bit. Okay. All right, so this is tricky because we basically... That's not super bad, honestly. We can just go ahead and do our perimeter here, I think. It won't even be a perimeter. It'll just be like this, right? And then we're going to G, wall. And we're going to set the rotation like so. Because if you look at it, right, we've got this little section here. And now if we copy paste that, we can have the yeah. I think that's pretty true to form. Another thing that we can kind of cheekily do here is we can come down here and we can set the brightness here to like 80. And then make this darker, right? Although it does feel like our rotation needs to be like 45, yeah. Maybe 30. It's more accurate. So the reason why we're doing a darker version is because oh, I just realized that we kind of pranked ourselves on some of this. But yeah, the reason why we're doing a darker version is because that matches the world map, right? The city map, so. Even their roads shine a little brighter. Okay, so we can go ahead and there is like a ungroup button here. We can do that. Trying to think about like how we're gonna wrangle some of this stuff. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be through that. So now we need like a door, and we need to be able to have a big ass one too. Like this stone entrance here, right? Which is, I don't really like that there's moss on it. I can make that work with the visuals or whatever, but I don't necessarily love it. I also don't know if it actually fits very well with the other visuals that we have going on here. So yeah, these feel like they need to be much different. We can come up with a different wall then. I've used this wall elsewhere though, so I don't really want to use it here. That's not a bad one. We can definitely color wrangle that with different colors or whatever. Okay. All right, so those kinds of struggles aside, we definitely need to come back here and go to this. Okay. There you go. All right. So now it is time for... actually, we should do this first. Let's go for, like, some grass or whatever. Okay, let me think about this. So we have, even though this is not an this is an organic tile type, I'm still gonna go ahead and try to work it in here anyway, through this, right? So it kind of comes down like so. Maybe we can quickly shift it. Kind of wonky, right? If you're supposed to be able to put somebody on these, I don't really know how you're... Maybe we need to change the angle again. I don't think it's possible, actually. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. Let's go ahead and save this one as Sazerac Square North. So we're going to say... We'll figure out the exact, like, specifications of that area later. This is going to stretch out like so. So I guess we don't really have a lot of room to work with here, because the manor's supposed to be pretty big. But we can... This is an abstraction to some degree, so this isn't, like, a dead... Like, it must be like that, right? So we can actually do it more like this. Maybe a tiny, teensy little bit here. And then the entrance will be, and fill this in here. Got the stones going one way. This is again just our base tile for the exterior, but we are going to do some interior work here. Yeah. Because the whole complex is pretty enormous, so factoring that in is going to be a bit difficult. Can I up the brightness on this a little bit? Maybe... Oh, I don't know what I just did. But I see. Okay. Yeah, that feels better. If we want to darken it later, we always can. It's no worries. Okay, so let's go ahead and favorite the grass. I'm going to look for dirt. That's probably good. We'll go ahead and favorite that. Have some dirt. Okay. Let's go back to this. So this is going to be kind of neat, I think. We can go ahead and rotato to buck 20. And we can take our brush size down. Yeah, I like this kind of thing, right? I think this works out. And obviously we would have to take a variant of this and have it be a bit different. So we do have to think a little bit here about the... If it's a straight shot, then it's not really that big of a deal. But we do have to think a little bit about the termination point there. Okay, let's do just a wee bit of painting up here. Kind of following the grooves in the stone is how we're gonna make this tile in a fun little way. I think it'll be fun anyway. It might be a lot of work, but it'll be fun. I promise. I'm having loads of fun. All right, so we can probably close this particular section like that because we roughly know how we're gonna do it along this way, but yeah, I don't know. We're probably not gonna be that ham-fisted about it. But I was thinking that pretty soon we're gonna need to worry about like where the manor comes alive, right? And so if we go back to our brush, we have this is exterior trim. This is exterior path. This is interior trim, interior path, but wood. We probably want some kind of tile. So, let's see. Yeah, there's going to be like a wall here, right? I'm fully aware that this looks like a fucking weird mess right now. That's okay. I'm just gonna give myself a little bit idea of what we're working with here. All right, so this is going to be like the entryway into the room. That doesn't give us a lot of room to work with regards to the facility, like the first little bit, but well, we probably don't need to worry too much about the details yet, but that does seem like it's pretty small. So this would have to be like, you know, a room where it was expected that you would be brought to. Yeah, right now I'm not getting a lot of purpose from the map that we're working on right now. I guess that's like the main thing. Like, you'd negotiate with the guards, and they'd let you in, and you'd be out here, right? Like, behind, past the gate. And then you'd see, you know, there's like a little bit of a small, like, piece of woods there, small piece of woods here, and then we've got the entryway to the manor, right? So this would probably be like, I guess what we could say is... yeah, maybe we'll say Sazaran Square, Northeast Gate, because that's basically what this is. And this is the beginning of the Northern Manor. And then we can probably duplicate this map, kind of flip around some details, change some of the other pathways, and then we'll have the Northwest Gate. But I think it's okay. We don't need to worry about building a Northwest Gate. But that does basically mean that we're going to have like yet another thing at some point, right? So I'm just kind of thinking out loud about that. So let's go ahead and for our rotation, I believe it was 120 for that one, right? So we can do, I don't know, 300 maybe. Yeah, it looks like that's good enough. Okay. And now we can come to this brick, and we can set it to a rotation of 300. And we can go ahead to here, and we can untick the grid part. And we can go ahead and start, maybe it should be 320. Yeah, that looks a bit more right. So I'm going to be pretty, like, I'm not going to worry too much about the blending part yet. We'll worry about that later. Just going to get the brick part laid down. I remember the rotations for the others if I need to manually grab them. But they should be in recent history, I think. Maybe not for the 120, but it's all right. Okay. So let's come back to here, and we're going to say, fill this in like so. I think I'm starting to see what needs to be done here. It's a little bit tricky, and if you know where to look, it kind of doesn't compute, but it's okay. I also have to think a little bit about how, like, there's other pathways, right? So maybe we should build something like that in. I don't know. It's probably not necessary. Especially since we're just trying to get our bearings real quick with this area. Not like trying to craft a masterpiece per se. D&D were paying me enough to be a full-time gig, that would be a different story. Okay. There's that one. Yeah, once you paint in the tile, the sort of trim that we've been working with here, it's a lot easier to figure out where you need to paint out. So that definitely assists. Super deep stuff here, but this almost kind of looks like the interweaving of chains in the tiles. And one of our players is, well, actually kind of chaining and slavery and stuff, or like that kind of thematic is also in the story a lot. So it's a happy little. I don't want to say accident, because I was thinking kind of about that earlier, but yeah, there's a little bit of a flair going on here with the environment, how it relates. So again, just like before, I'm kind of going a little extra outside of the border, and we're gonna paint it down a bit later on, right? So now we come here and do the same thing. Okay. This probably could have been simplified, but it's a cute little, I would say it's a neat exploration of, like, I wouldn't have necessarily thought, oh, I can definitely do this. It feels very unique, anyway. And clean up some of the stuff here. Bit messy. A few places. Okay. Oh, yeah, we can't use this particular variant of the tile, that's for sure. Let's go here. Was this 45? Was it 30? It was 30, okay. That's a cool blue trim. I like that. Works out. It's probably a bit too chaotic, to be honest. Like, there's no discrete pattern because it's all angled. And angles are so not my thing. Angled symmetry or whatever. Whatever's going on here. I don't know that it's quite working. But the idea is there, right? The concept may not be executed well in this particular example. But I'm going to rock with it for now. It'd probably be a good idea to jump into grabbing some soundscape stuff pretty soon. All right. Okay, that seems good enough. It's definitely messy, but that's okay. So let's go in for some I don't know what we're going to do for walls in this place, to be honest. I used a lot of those blue ones already. Yeah, we can probably use these. So I'm thinking... that leaves a gap, so we gotta do this. Okay, so we know that we're going to do these as the entryways. Go ahead and grab these like so. 1, 2, 3. We can't find a good door. The vault door, classic one. These like flares are probably meant to be handles, but we've upscaled the asset so much that I think I'm going to describe them as like, I don't know what I'll describe them as yet, but I'll pull up some kind of explanation that makes it so that it makes sense for them to be there. I guess like if we wanted to make them kind of symmetrical, we could do this. Right? That way it looks a little bit more like it's intentional. Okay, so obviously the color tone of the walls here is pretty good for matching the color tone of the tile, but not so good for matching the color tone of the door. So I guess what we can do is we can up the saturation here. We can try to be max at it. Yeah. There's not really anything to work with for saturating here. So I think instead we're probably going to want to desaturate the walls a little bit. To make them feel a bit more like they belong. Which, you know, might be a bit of a drag, but it's not the end of the world. Now they're in like an in-between state. I think that works out fine. I guess I don't really have a good thing for that. Maybe we'll put some tactical trees there. And then we'll be the wiser. Okay. So let's go to our... I guess this is fine, actually. I don't really want to keep finagling with it, though. Let's do... this. Okay. We're going to go ahead and... let's... okay. All right, so this funky one here, I'm not really sure we can really make good use of it. For what I originally wanted, because it's very specific, it feels like. So we might just need to paint these tiles as they are. And then kind of like make the blocks full in any cases where they're half like that, right? And then just wood panel it otherwise. I liked the idea that trim tile, but it just doesn't seem to work. I can't think of how to make it work properly anyway. Now we could do this like staggered thing if we wanted to, which would maybe make this feel a little bit more sensible. But not so sure. Like, it's fine. It does the trick. So okay, and of course we're gonna need to come in here and say, let's take those away. Yeah, it's probably fine. Okay. So we have a thing going on here. I want to quickly take a look at how that looks. No, I kind of hate that. All right. Well, we can continue working on the extremities for now. I think that's probably fine. And we might just decide to, for now, what would you call it? Theater of mind, the further rooms of the of the place, of the manor. It does almost feel like I should take everything over here and just rotate it slightly. But I can't do that with textures, so... Like, I can't select the textures I've already put down, right? So, let's go. That's alright. Even though I don't, like, hate it. I just, like, don't like it. I definitely don't like it, how it is right now. I think we'll work on this grove part or whatever, just so that this is, like, a... You can come up to the door here at the very least, this giant gate. At the very least, we can have that as a thing. And then we can go to this, where I was starting to work on this area or whatever. We can finish the stream working on that and then, like, setting up these maps or whatever. But first, I will use the bathroom again and get some more water, so I will be right back. not gonna lie, lads. I didn't realize that I was apparently on some really dumb mix of music that just looped after like 3 tracks, so I didn't notice it until it was too late. So I think we've made the executive decision that we're going to leave the internal part of that manor for later, which I do often do when against the clock. And instead, what we are going to do is we are going to go for we're going to go for we're going to paint. We're going to have some dirt. These will be very grassy extremities, I can already tell you. Plus, we have like an overlay we can use that's like leaves, which is pretty neat. Got our little perimeter here. And have nice little dirt pathways that are well cultivated. It doesn't immediately scream well kept, high class area when there's like dirt overtaking the stones and stuff. So we are gonna have to think about how to take this stone floor that we've got, the exterior path tile and whatnot, kind of mess around with that to make it look a bit nicer. I do find it pretty enjoyable to grass up like this. Something quite satisfying about it. That was a little funky. I feel like sometimes you're actually randomizing into the same thing that you had. You can still make that work if you're clever. Question is, am I clever enough? I think the answer is, yeah, I got this. Easy. Okay. So we can come into here and kind of add more grass to some of these areas. A little bit more dirt to some of these areas. Though not much. Nature has a funny way of not necessarily growing inside the lines all the time, so I'm fine to have a little bit of variety. And let's find some bushes. Okay. You know, I think this map is going to take a little bit longer to develop into something that I think is actually solid in that way. Because this kind of thing necessarily requires a bit more care. Like, we need to make sure that it's neat and tidy nature, which is very specific. So I think we'll probably save our progress on this. We'll revisit this area later. And we'll probably have to theater remind this section. And then we'll basically have the Latinia stage, ground floor, and then we'll have the Sazarin Vale for that. I think that's probably where we're gonna have to be. So I'm gonna actually close the stream here. I got about 2 hours and change before I gotta go live with the session. So during that time, I'll mostly be working on the Sazarin Vale and some encounter setup, which we'll do off stream. Thanks everybody who popped in and hung out, and I will see you guys soon.